Hello everyone, and welcome once again to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for the first of our second series of qualifying sessions for round 7 of the Ferrari Challenge Europe. And the reason for our second qualifying sessions is because we're doing all the qualifyings across today because we're so busy here with the Ferrari Racing Days event, of which Ferrari Challenge forms part, that we'll get all the qualifyings done and dusted during Friday. Here is our formal welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. I'm Dave, delighted that you're joining us live on the air for our 7th round of our 2025 calendar. Having been to Monza, Misano, Hockenheim, Brno in the Czech Republic, Valencia and Barcelona, a double-header in Spain that weekend, or those weekends, and here we are in Belgium before heading off to Italy, Tuscany, to be precise, Mugello, which will form our venue for Finale Mondiale for 2025. Here is the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. You'll see from this animation that it depicts 18 turns. There are in fact 19 when you consider the exit of what was the bus stop chicane. It's 7 kilometers long and 10 left-handers, 9 right-handers to test our Ferrari Challenge drivers. It is one of the most iconic circuits in Europe. In fact, in the world. 33 degrees the track temperature, air temperature 23 degrees in our studio. It's about 19.5 at the moment, and alongside me is Nico Spalek. Hello.
Hello. It's sunny here in Spa, and that is not iconic. It's actually very unusual for Spa. Well,
that's fair.
A little bit. Not unusual for the Ferrari Challenge is to have a great mix of drivers from all sorts of regions of the world, including Japan, North America, Europe obviously, including the UK with Darren Howell, who's joining the Ferrari Challenge Spa-Francorchamps here on this occasion. And we've already seen Spa-Francorchamps qualifying earlier this morning.
Yes, warm welcome to Darren Howell and also to Stephen Dobson, 2 of our drivers from the UK. Incidentally, talking about the JCT 600 driver, Darren Howell, Darren and his wife Charlotte. Great name for a wife, if I may be honest with you, celebrating their wedding anniversary today. Congratulations to both of you. There you go. My sense of occasion and sense of memory does well, I believe, Nico, as the cars are released then. And the first 2 cars out of the pit lane, just want to mention this, happened to be P2 and P1 in the Drivers' Championship. Now, in qualifying 1, Nico, it was the driver that's P2 in the championship that got the pole position and got the additional points.
Jan Sandman.
And there he is, look, leading Sven Schirmer, who is P1 in the championship at the moment. I'm really enjoying the battle that those 2 drivers are having on the track. I'm also enjoying almost the battle that is occurring off the track as well, because, you know, Jan Sandman will feel... I've got the best of this. I've already got 1 pole position today. I'm now going to go and nail another one. Sven Schirmer will be thinking, no, you're not. I'm going to have that back. And they're together out there on the track. And
I didn't quite catch who the 3rd car is.
Stephen Earle.
Stephen Earle is the chaperone, making sure those 2 behave.
Stephen.
I don't think that's necessary. But yeah, I mean, it is iconic, or certainly... is a nice picture, the 2 of them leading the charge here in qualifying and not letting each other out of each other's eyes. And, you know, the season thus far has been already full of great racing, and we expect nothing else from tomorrow and Sunday, and obviously the final 2 races of the championship when we go to Mugello. Sven Schirmer is the one who's been Mr. Consistent.
It's really interesting because Sven Schirmer, who we're watching now, who is leading the Drivers' Championship, he's got 2 driver coaches, not satisfied with 1, he has 2. They are Andrea Gagliardini and Max Blancardi. And Jan Sandman, his driver coach, is Charlie Hollings. I mean, you would not, I mean, in terms of both Max Blancardi and Andrea Gagliardini are very, very lively characters in their own right, aren't they? And very successful racing drivers. Charlie Hollings is a hugely successful racing driver, but you would not find anyone more calm, cool and collected if you tried, would you? in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair.
The driver coaches are so different in character, and that applies, I think, to the drivers as well.
He's the Kimi Raikkonen of driver coaches, if you will.
Ooh.
Anyway, Jan Sandman and Sven Schirmer, it's great to have the graphics already side by side.
Yes.
Will this be the lap that will count towards the end? We don't know. It's not from history, it's not necessarily the first quick lap, but it's great to have those two drivers. Sven Schirmer gets maybe a little bit of a slipstream up the camel straight, potentially, which will benefit him, but it's just great to have that competition here. And obviously in round 7 of 8, the championship chase is where the focus is for our drivers. Some of the others will already look forward to Sunday at Mugello, but for us now, it's Jan Sandman and Sven Schirmer. Center stage.
Both of them will be very minded that they've got to be cautious with regards to track limits. They've got to be cautious with regards to traffic. And you can see them both making their way past a car out there on track, and traffic is going to be it's going to be a part of it, and it's how they navigate that, isn't it? Because it's only the very first lap where you're going to have clear tarmac ahead of you, inevitably in the qualifying session, because drivers join the tarmac at different times during the course of the session. We've got 26.25 minutes left, and Sandman and Schirmer are going about their business, and yes, come the third timing line, which of course is the start-finish line, it'll be interesting to see who's done what and how close these two are matched. I expect them to be darn near identical in terms of lap times, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had, I think it was Guy Favre. No, sorry. Yeah, maybe it was Guy Favre. I'm not quite sure.
No, I think you're right.
I think that he was kind of in the way for both of them. I don't necessarily think that the outcome of this lap will determine the fate of those drivers for the grid, but it's still fascinating and great. I think Jan Sandman, by the naked eye, I would say, has maybe edged out a few tenths over the course of the lap thus far, but yeah, that's not going to be what will be relevant at the end of the session. Who else is out there? Quite a lot. More than half of the drivers have come out in the meantime. 5 or so drivers are still there. Jan Sandman.
Sandman first across the line, then does it with a 2:22.916. And Sven Schirmer then, it's a 2:24.573. So your eyes did not deceive you, Nico.
Yeah, but qualifying earlier this morning, and remember this was still a lot cooler, and we expect the times to come down. Jan Sandman at 2:24.77, so potentially a 2:19 might be in play.
Yeah.
Certainly a 2:20 should be in play. So still a little bit of a gap, but we saw the traffic and obviously the tires not necessarily fully up to temperature yet. There in the foreground, Andreas Koenig, who is getting the light from Jan Sandman, but yeah, Andreas Koenig has to go through that turn. There is no other way around the track. He tries to move to the outside, but has that compromised the lap for Sandman and Schirmer? For sure it has.
Yes, I mean, and the thing is, Andreas is doing nothing wrong there. You cannot just make your car disappear into thin air, Nico.
No, and I mean, he was just there, and if he had accelerated and tried to get out of the way, they would have probably come upon him during the turn. So nothing gained there. It's just a few spots of the track where you can't really go to the side, but once you're through the camel straight, those opportunities are really, you know, just by chance, effectively. So Sven Schirmer is now closing up on Jan Sandman. Will he have an ambition to go past him, to have an empty track?
Do you think that psychology will have something to do with it? And do you think Jan Sandman would defend his position, Nico? I mean, this is a qualifying session, it's not a race.
No, but it is in a way. The third driver who has put any time on the board thus far is Hirikatsu Shibata. Still a few seconds off the pace, but the first few other times coming from the likes of Ferrari, Peter Frascaro, and maybe Alexei Komarov in a few moments. Let's see where it will be. 23 minutes remaining, but it already is edge of your seat stuff, at least it feels like it.
So Schirmer and Sandman then both through the bus stop chicane, heading towards the timing line now. Now, Schirmer crosses the line and he goes ahead of Jan Sandman, Nico, by 9 tenths.
Yeah, posted 2:21.999, so it's a sub 2:22 as close as you can get.
This is game on. Game on.
Game on, and well, 22.5 minutes remaining. The first few track limits also showing up on our timing screen. Maurizio Pittori has been denied putting any relevant lap times because of that. Now, I think now is the time where looking at the split times really makes a difference. Jan Sandman, the first one at half a second quicker. It would be great to have the time from Sven Schirmer as well. He's also quicker than his previous best, as we can see from our graphics. There's only by 2/10, so in reality, Jan Sandman 3/10 quicker. Thank you, guys. And yeah, you can see it's the personal best, the light blue color, indicating that. Overall best from Jan Sandman. Jan Sandman, and there is Gaiardini, who is talking to. Trying to listen in.
Yeah. It won't be in Italian because obviously Sven is from Germany, and well, love to be a fly on the wall there, Nico.
Traffic once again playing a part. Jan Sandman has to be really cautious there, and almost a sideways moment, or it was a sideways moment, but almost too much sideways. Certainly that has compromised his lap, and it is that gamble. I mean, still through the sector time, 1.2 seconds, and that still means 6 seconds quicker than Sven Schirmer. So not throwing that out the window, that would put him in the range of maybe a 2:19 high, certainly a 2:20. But it still will mean that there is still potential in the lap, whatever comes at the end of this one.
Throwing absolutely everything at this qualifying session then. Jan Sandman driving that orange and black 296 challenge car, being chased by Sven Schirmer. And across the timing line, Sandman goes to P1 and Schirmer is relegated to P2. The gap between them is 6 3/4 tenths, Nico.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is again the replay of that moment where Jan Sandman came upon
Alexei Komarov.
And yeah, I mean, Alexei's in his own qualifying session, and Jan's just trying to get past as...
He lost time there.
For sure.
So,
for sure.
Oh! And now Schirmer goes ahead of Sandman. And Sandman let him through, and I wonder whether Jan is thinking, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of a little slipstream now, but actually he's easing off significantly. And I do think, Nico, that psychologically there's a lot in this in terms of, you know, where someone is in this qualifying session. We've got 20 minutes remaining, so a lot of time yet still for stuff to happen. But something that you've been mentioning, and you're right to mention, is do you go all out and push everything through qualifying for your grid position, realizing that you've got to actually do race 2 on the tyres, although are they being clever about this? Because there is the talk on Sunday of the weather conditions being different. You know, if you're gonna gamble with a lot of laps in qualifying, it's probably for qualifying 2 that you're going to do that, because it's just possible that you might not even be on slicks on Sunday.
That's a very fair point, well made. And let's see where Sven Schirmer is after 2 sectors. The first one, he was 4 tenths down, but remember, Jan Sandman had that moment with traffic, and indeed, the purple sector 2 means that now Sven Schirmer is to the good and on pole course provisionally. Jan Sandman not pushing whatsoever, but he will be informed about that.
Of course.
And maybe he just let off and see, well, let's see what Sven does, and then by the time I hit the timing line, I know what if I need to push again or where we are. Track limits for Sven Schirmer. The graphics indicate that that lap may not count, or it will not count if that graphic indication is accurate. We haven't seen it on our timing screen confirmed. Now it is. And looking at the briefing notes from the driver's briefing, as I did as part of preparation on this occasion, rarely I do, but on this time I prepared. Not every part of the track is administered in terms of track limits. So the race director will say, well, there are parts where you can exceed, It's, for example, it's through turn 16, and but when it's on the outside of turn 17, that's where you have to follow the line, and that is exactly where he is. And that was, if it was, I'm sure it was, because otherwise there would have been.
It was close.
But you couldn't tell it from that shot, and that may have been just a few centimeters between P1 and P2.
Yeah, and it would have been centimetres, Nico. You're absolutely right. So basically what that means is that Sven has got to push another 7.004 kilometres worth of rubber on his P0s, yeah?
Absolutely. Andreas Koenig, in the meantime, has just moved up to P3. Guy Faré, local driver, as we pick up Andreas Koenig, in a very, very good P4. Jan Salmon has come into the pits. Jan Salmon is in the pits and there is biding his time. First sector from Sven Schirmer, nothing to write home about. Has that already been decided? I don't think. It's too early in this session,
yeah,
but
sure.
you know, that 2:26.04 is not a shabby lap time by any stretch of the imagination. And it is a long lap, and it takes a lot out of the Pirelli P0s, and that, we've had a lot of close moments. Andreas Koenig is certainly not done with this. That could have gone oh so wrong. Boris Gideon files into line, P8 for the moment. That was his first lap time, but you can see the gaps. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 19 seconds. Those drivers haven't really put in any meaningful lap times yet, so there is still lots to be changed before we're at the end of this session for sure.
Yes, and we're not quite halfway through the session yet, so we're about 40 seconds away from that. Sandman leading, Sandman in the pit lane. Schirmer still out there, Koenig. We're watching. He's third fastest at the moment. Don't think this lap time is going to be an improvement for him relative to his grid position. Is he going to be able to split the top two? Is he going to be able to usurp the top two? I feel sure that Andreas will go for another run at the end of this lap. I think he's been advised that he's not going to gain on this, and therefore hold off and set yourself up for the next one. Through the chicane. And now gives it 100% on the loud pedal. His exit from the chicane was slightly different. It was almost like a trajectory to set himself up, Nico.
Exactly, and that is really, Spa is very, very interesting in that regard, because if you're not on a very quick lap, you will take exactly the line that Andreas takes, because it compromises your current lap. But if that's academic, do it, because it will give you an extra little bit of momentum the moment you hit the timing line.
Which is what he did, isn't it?
Absolutely, very clever driving. And certainly also good team input and experience. Shintaro Katsu with the unfamiliar livery, currently in P5. As Jan Salmon is coming out of the pit lane again. Shintaro Katsu, this is exactly here on this part of the track, you're allowed to exceed, but after the apex, you have to be 100%, at least 2 wheels within the white line. Otherwise, track limits will bite you, as it did with Sven Schirmer earlier.
And I think, you know, I mean, the race control have got access to so many screens, so much data as well. There's no disputing it. And, yeah, Shintaro Akatsu's fourth fastest, you know. Good show from Shintaro. Shout out to our two UK drivers. Darren Howell currently running P9, Stephen Dobson currently running P12, and here is our provisional pole sitter coming out again, and this is Pino Frascaro. It's a good showing from Pino as well, running in P7, Nico.
Yeah, absolutely, and Pino has had his moments of brilliance. For example, in Brno in race 2 for the first 23.5 minutes, and then had just 1 lapse of concentration, and the car was in the gravel. He did manage to recover, but the podium position that he was on, obviously by that time had disappeared. But Pino is really, really showing his racecraft this season.
I agree wholeheartedly. So Sandman from Schirmer, from Koenig, from Gideon. It's kind of what we would perhaps, if you and I were asked to, you know, name the drivers that will be on the front 2 rows of the grid. It's always a difficult call because there are so many good drivers out there. But I think we'd probably they would be in our list, wouldn't they?
I think if my memory serves, those were the front 4 in both races in Barcelona, however in varying order. But yeah, those 4 certainly have put their faces, has shown their faces in qualifying this season. Hasn't always been going their way in the race, to be fair. So let's see, Pino Frascaro, 2 personal bests. Where is that going to put him? 2 seconds, well, he might be able to challenge at least for P5, if not P4. A little bit of a sideways moment, but...
Come on, Pino.
P7 turns into P5.
Well done. Mrs. Pino will be delighted. Yeah. He's improved 2 places, Nico.
Yeah, another driver who is now pushing is Boris Gideon. After 2 sectors, he is on a good trajectory. Maybe to unseat Andreas Koenig, but he also has just put in a personal best. Sven Schirmer, meanwhile, has come into the pits. Will that prompt Jan Sandman to come back in as well, or will he try and improve? And
there's kind of no point Jan trying to improve, is there, Nico? I mean, he's got no margin is supremely comfortable, but he's got 6 3/4 tenths, Nico.
Yeah, and even though we talk about Boris Gideon and Andreas Koenig improving, neither of them, as Boris Gideon has now pushed Sven Schirmer off the front row, no driver has come within a half a second of the provisional pole time.
This is, as a storyline, you know, this could be, so often is the case, Nico, that many, many stories are written in qualifying before the races. And this is, I'm guessing and feeling, that in Courchevel particularly, that is the case here.
Well, it certainly is the prologue that's very, very interesting to the story developing in the race. And now, there are tracks where overtaking is notoriously difficult. Spa, not so much. With the Camel Straight, there is an obvious opportunity, and there are a few unorthodox ones which we've seen work.
Yes.
We've seen go horribly wrong.
Yes.
The likes of Sven Schirmer has always erred on the side of caution, not throwing caution to the wind and, you know, doing a daredevil move.
However, there are other drivers that will be prepared to do that.
Yeah, and one of the things that you see time and time again, if you're at the sharp end, there's always, you know, there's always the chance of someone missing the breaking point and taking you out. But the further you're down in the pack, the higher the chances someone else mistake ruining your race. So there is kind of 2 benefits, at least, in being very far to the front.
Super slow-mo in replay of Andreas Koenig, then the driver that is currently P4. And he's 9 tenths down on the provisional pole that has been set by Jan Sandman. In fact, Jan is still the only driver to be in the 220s. Everybody else is 221s, 22s, etc. So Jan clearly feels pretty comfortable and wise to think that. Sven Schirmer, however, knows that he needs to respond, Nico, and he's coming back out again. We're looking at Giacomo Altoe on the split screen. Hiya, Giacomo. He is coaching Andreas Koenig, and he is no bad Ferrari Challenge driver himself, Nico, having won the Trofeo Pirelli Championship just last year. Giacomo Altoe, and thoroughly nice young man as well, and the relationship he has with the Emil Frey team as acting as their coach has worked really well. Here is Sven Schirmer then, who not only gone from pole position to P2, now having been pushed back to P3, which effectively is a and that's where the track limits was in replay. And there. Yeah, sorry, just so I can close the discussion or fact I was making about Sven Schirmer. Quite clearly, he's got the most to gain because he wants a front row start at least, I would say.
Yeah, although, as you can see, he's not currently pushing. And is this a little bit of a cat and mouse game? You wait. Also, Andreas Koenig was not going at anything like race speed. It almost feels like everybody watching each other.
You conspiratorial devil, you.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're Jan Sandman and you can you can circulate without pushing any additional strain on the tires, just to be ready and there if someone really gets close to your time or actually unseats you. I don't know if that works actually. And the other factor is, as you said, might not need the slicks on Sunday. So there is maybe benefit in taking a little bit more risk, but it is a risk. There is no question. It's not like the weather forecast is like it's going to be 100% rain.
It's certainly not conclusive, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. So unless the teams know something that we don't know,
which is very likely. I would think they know an awful lot more than you or I combined.
For sure. The more you know, you know. But we follow Norikazu Shibata, who is, well, first sector was pretty good. And the second sector was almost on par with the pole time. So if he were to finish at exactly that gap, 6.1 that would be P2, but it's very, very close. Boris Gideon's 6.64 1,000s, and Sven Schirmer only 12 1,000s adrift, so he can't lose a single 1,000. Well, he could lose two. Certainly looks like he's on an improvement trajectory. Final chicane.
Bear in mind, Norikazu Shibata's been on the podium 2 times this year, richly deserved as well. And he crosses the timing line and stays P5.
Yeah, it's a significant improvement in terms of time, but lost half a second in the final sector, so
that's a blow.
That means no further improvement from him. So let's have a look. 6 minutes remaining. Who is still out there and who is doing good lap times? Stephen Dobson with an improvement just the last time he crossed the timing line. Alexei Komarov is trying to move up the order. Maurizio Pittori is a driver we haven't seen a single relevant lap time in the first and second qualifying, but he is out there and he's pushing. I think there is something that with the team's not one with the car, because the gaps are in the seconds and not in the tens. So they need to still find something for tomorrow and Sunday.
Now Schirmer driving the Penske Sportwagen Hamburg 296 Challenge car. Currently third, so that means a second row start. As it stands, Nico, at the moment, Sandman will have banked an additional 2 points, won't he? Because you get a point for each pole position you set. 2 qualifying sessions today, 2 points. Just saying, points make prizes, and when they're all tallied up at the end of the season, and the gap between champion and vice champion is 2 or 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, for us as neutral spectators, obviously we want the title to be decided when we go to Mugello. We want to have the last race drama.
Absolutely.
Now, the drivers have different agendas, and obviously if a driver is superior in all facets and has a large enough gap, fair play to them. It's not the drama script that we want to ride, but yeah, that's we won't go down there in the pit lane cutting tires or something like that. That was a track limit infraction, I think.
No question. Absolutely no question about that one.
So 4 minutes remaining. Sven Schirmer is pushing once again. Boris Gideon is in the pit lane. Everybody else from our top 5 drivers is out there.
So the yellow and blue colours of Sven Schirmer then. Championship leader in Ferrari Challenge Copa Am here in Europe. Into the first chicane. And also out there is the 120 car of Guy Favet. Local driver, of course, qualifying in P8 at the moment. And the long, sweeping left-hander goes Guy for Scuderia FMA. 3 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. The order at the moment sees Jan Sandman provisional pole with Boris Gideon P2, Sven Schirmer P3 and Andreas Koenig P4. The front 2 rows of our grid for what will effectively be the race on Sunday. So this is qualifying 2. Qualifying 2 for race 2 and race 2 happens here at Spa-Francorchamps on Sunday.
And actually, the closest one to Jan Salmon's pole time is Jan Salmon himself.
Andreas Koenig.
Oh, Andreas Koenig in the gravel. Did he make a significant contact?
Not sure. The rear wing doesn't look out of shape, Nico, or does it? No, I think that's pretty
standard configuration. Well.
Yeah, it's probably maybe the end plate.
Yeah, well, it's not the first time this season that Andreas Koenig at the end of qualifying, and there's a look from the other side. It doesn't look like it significantly affected. And with a red flag with 2 minutes 8 seconds remaining, that means you can't even do an outlap and cross the timing line. That means the session is not going to restart. I will go out on a limb and say,
oh, you are brave, aren't you?
That's it. This is qualifying done and dusted here for Spa-Francorchamps. Claudio Garavini, please don't desert me.
I think you're right. In fact, I know you're right. Session will not restart. We have that confirmed. So Claudio Garavini is clearly on the Nico Spalek payroll. Session not going to restart.
Don't tell him.
Andreas Koenig just takes a look at the car, the Emil Ferrari racing driver, who is on the second row of the grid. I don't think there's much damage done to that car. Anyone that was trying to improve is not going to be able to improve. And again, Nico, at the risk of being a protagonist here, the battle for the championship honours between the P2 driver Jan Salmon and the P1 driver Sven Schirmer, I think, from qualifying has heated up still further.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the weekend, it was 128 points between the two. Now, Jan Salmon has only clawed up 2, so it's down to 26. The magic number for taking the championship to the next round would be 34, because that's the gap
maximum.
With maximum for 2 race wins, 2 fastest laps, 2 pole positions. So Jan Salmon certainly has edged further away from that abyss. But if he can convert those 2 races into 2 race wins, that would already guarantee him 6 more points, fastest laps aside. And if Sven Schirmer, who's not on pole and is on the second row, were to have any problem, not score heavily, all of a sudden, Jan Salmon could seize control of his own destiny. If he can get the gap down, we'll all know by Sunday evening where we will be coming into Mugello. But Jan Salmon has done everything that he could today.
Oh yes, the fascination of the Ferrari Challenge with Spa-Francorchamps is heightened still further in terms of championship honours. Jan Salmon has done what he needed to do with a 2:26.04 to put it on pole position for race 2 on Sunday. And that's the iffy weather day. If there was an iffy weather day across this weekend, that's when it's likely to be. So qualifying for our Spa-Francorchamps drivers for their second qualifying session is done and dusted. We have Trofeo Pirelli and Pirelli Am qualifying, as well as Spa-Francorchamps qualifying to come as well. Andreas Koenig out of the car, perfectly okay, not too much damage to that car. And yes, that's the way qualifying looks. Please make sure you join us for our next qualifying session, which will be for our Pirelli and Pirelli Am drivers. From Nico and from myself, for the moment, thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. It's around about 3:10 local time here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. You join us at round 7 of the Ferrari Challenge for 2025 with our Trofeo Pirelli and Trofeo Pirelli AM cars and drivers about to take to the track for their second qualifying session of today. Let me explain. First qualifying session will set the grid for race 1, which happens tomorrow. The second qualifying, which will set the grid for race 2 on Sunday, happens next. There is your formal introduction and welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. The reason for both qualifying sessions being run today is because this is a Ferrari Racing Days event here at Spa-Francorchamps, which means that not only do we have the Ferrari Challenge cars in all their categories, but we also have the XX programs, the F1 Clienti, the Sport Prototipi cars here as well. So it's a packed program that's going on, hence the necessity to run 2 qualifying sessions today to set the grids for the cars and the races to come on Saturday and Sunday around this 7.004 kilometer Spa-Francorchamps circuit, which is made up of 10 left-handers and 9 right-handers and works its way through the Ardennes region of Belgium. Alongside me is Nico Spalek, who joins us here in Spa-Francorchamps and indeed across every round of the Ferrari Challenge this year as we're reaching something of a crescendo of a conclusion, which will come at Mugello, of course, which is where Finale Mondiali is being held this year. And among the Ferrari Racing Days events, we also have a glittering cocktail tonight where the 2026 calendar is going to be revealed, I'm given to understand.
Yeah, and we had an amazing calendar in 2025, and we still enjoy it as we take a look at the runners and races here in Trofeo Pirelli and Trofeo Pirelli AM. Red designates and denotes the Pirelli drivers. White is the color reserved for the Pirelli AM drivers. They will qualify amongst each other, and they will line up in whatever sequence they finish qualifying, irrespective of class. But when it comes to points in the race, it'll be by class. But yeah, we had an amazing calendar already this season with trips to Spain. Oh, hello, insect. Nice to see you. And
it's cleaning the lens for us.
Yeah, probably. Oh, now it's flown away. So what's going to be next year? Anybody's guess at this stage, but it is, I'm sure, going to be another great one, as is usually the case. Amazing circuits, amazing places, nice cities, and always a very, very pleasant paddock as we go into the garages. And that includes the car of Jakob Bidstrup, one of the Bidstrup Brotherhood in the Ferrari Challenge.
I'm sorry, and I know I said this earlier, and I don't like repeating what are pitiful jokes anyway, but the Bidstrup Brothers is the best name for a band that I've heard for a long time.
Bidstrup. Yeah, absolutely.
Anders and Jakob.
Absolutely. Great to see them here again in the paddock. They are not taking part in every round, but when they are here, they are always very welcome, and they offer some great entertainment. Talking about offering entertainment.
Hanno Laskowski, who is one of the tallest drivers in the Ferrari Challenge, and I have to say, he always delivers great racecraft and entertainment for us as well. Often by taking to unorthodox routes around any given track, and don't ever change Hanno. He's a proper podium placer as well and race winner. And David Gosner, who is so quick. We can see as we zoom into his car, the driver of the number 50 Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli car. This is the Gilles Renman's car. Local gig, of course, for Gilles, and you can see he's getting ready right now to get out on track. Big hair, big talent as well, and super nice guy. I've had many a conversation with him at our lavish hospitality. As making his way out on track right now, Nico. The first to show is, or one of the first to show, is the number 26 car. And had something of a torrid time of it in qualifying earlier on. That's Bjorn Grossman. This is Herbert Guys, the Maranello Motors Pro Racing driver He, of course, is coached by Harald Procek, another fine racing driver. And here's the second half of the Bidstrup Brothers collective. This is Anders, who drives the Burgundy car. That's no help to you because Jacobs is Burgundy as well.
You can see it through the window. So, do they even have the same color for the rearview mirrors?
No.
I don't think so. It's
No.
blue.
Blue for Anders and yellow for Jacob.
Well, there will be an exam at the end of this program, and we will make
Which
sure
we will fail miserably.
I thought for our viewers, but you can mail in your results to rearviewmirrorcolor@ferrarichallenge.com. Please don't. Björn Grossman, as you said, had some issues with the car in qualifying, went back out and at least qualified it in a decent position. I think it was third row that he finished on, and he will look to do better.
Anything other than pole position for Björn Grossman is not really nice. I mean, he is a hugely competitive racing driver, a hugely talented racing driver, Nico. And yeah, he will be pushing that 296 for all he is and it is worth between now and the end of this qualifying session in about 28.5 minutes' time.
The problem with that strategy is that pretty much a dozen or so other drivers will follow the same approach, including Dylan Medler.
Dylan Medler, perhaps the tallest driver in the paddock, and alongside him is Alessandro Balzan, a more diminutive character, if ever there was one. Both hugely talented in their own right. I mean, I can remember going back in the history books of being in the Ferrari Challenge when Alessandro Balzan was winning everything.
Yeah.
Ale
sure.
is a fan. I've been doing a lot of work in North America where Ale is coaching a lot of drivers, including Dylan Medler. And I've had the privilege of being in the back of an Ale cab because he runs these little golf buggies up and down the paddock, because often the paddocks in America, like everything else in America, are bigger than anywhere else. And yeah, I've had some good fun with Alessandro Balzan, and yeah, he's still a phenomenal driver and a great driver coach as well.
Absolutely. We have a look at Felix Hirziger, who, as you can see, is still weaving and putting more heat into the tires, which means that whatever he's doing in terms of lap times is not going to be hugely significant. Henri Hassid, our Copper Shell champion from 2024.
Who's been pitched in with the young whippersnappers in Trofeo Pirelli, Nico.
Yeah, thanks for that.
he has said to me, I'm older than most of the grid combined. That's not strictly true, Henri, but he is still a very, very quick driver. And his car and his livery is one of the ones that has confused me the most, because if you look carefully at the side of it, it looks like number 112. When we get a side-on shot, you'll see. There, look at that. It's not 112 at all, it's H2.
Yeah, Henri, two H's in the name.
I know, I know.
Yeah, but it is very tempting. It is very tempting. Oh, and he dips the wheel into the gravel.
Keeps it going.
Yeah.
Oh, there was when we were at Bunot, he didn't only dip his wheel in the gravel, but he got punted off, unfortunately, and the car was actually sunk into what appeared to be a gravel marsh. But such is his experience, he managed to get it out and still finished in the points.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
experience for you.
Absolutely. Henri Hassid was champion in the Ferrari Challenge decades ago the first time, and returned and did it again, took the championship again in 2024 after a hard-fought battle, but took the honors, and now he is, as we say, among the Pirelli drivers, leapfrogged the Pirelli M category almost entirely, and now he's mixing it up with the Pirelli drivers. He's certainly holding his own.
Indeed.
And he's going to give us probably the first relative benchmark, as he is chasing Yasin Ferrati, who indeed is quite a few months younger than him.
Yeah, just a few.
Just a few. And the first lap time, he's on our timing squeeze, 1:21.843, which honestly we were in the obviously, and we're 2/16 at the end of the previous session, so not necessarily one for the end of the session to reckon with, but it is a first banker in the books. And now we put our two drivers that we have in shot, also in graphics for you. What a service.
Oh, absolutely. You deliver and over-deliver time and time again.
Wasn't up down to me.
Snapped up by somebody else. Armin Arifport going well, and Armin Arifport, who's a Pirelli Am driver, as Henri Assid tries to put the car to the inside of Yassin Ferrati. Now, just in case you were wondering, this isn't actually a race. This is qualifying, as Henri Assid and Yassin Ferrati, they couldn't be any closer together if they were welded, frankly, as they begin to go downhill now. And Yassin Ferrati not prepared to give a centimetre, and Henri Assid flashing his lights in abject frustration, I really rather suspect, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's not a race, but equally Yassin Ferrati, now he's weaving. And Henri Assid will probably think, well, you could have done that earlier.
Yes.
I could have gone by, but yeah, you know, everybody's in their own rhythm, everybody needs to prepare, and nobody's in the way consciously. Certainly race control will have a look if, you know, Yassin Ferrati was at fault there. Not that I think he was, but, you know, Claudio Garavini and the team right next door, actually, to our commentary position.
I think Henri might have a different view.
And he should have, because he has his own perspective,
Yeah.
and he wants to get up the road. And there you can see both of them with personal bests in parts on the timing screen, but not necessarily on the ultimate flyer that might propel them to pole position.
So here they come, Yassin Ferrati, Henri Assid. Then I think it's Felix Herziger, is it? Ahead of Björn Grossman, I think. So through the bus stop chicane then, different lines being taken by both the drivers there. And another one put in the book, I mean a lap. And Yassin Ferrati goes to the top of the tables, but was usurped almost immediately by Felix Herziger, who's put in a 2:15.751, and now Björn Grossman with a 2:16.898, Nico. I mean, Felix Herziger, that was almost straight out of the box.
Yeah, indeed. That was the first really quick lap time, and it was quick by Germany. Was it quick? A 2:15.751.
It's the first sub 2:16 time we've seen today.
Just double check where we were. It was close in rally qualifying, number one, and the pole time was a 2:16.385. So indeed, he is the first into the 2:15s. And, you know, we often talk about how, in terms of tire preservation, what you ideally want to do is install the car, put in a quick lap time, retire to the pit lane, have a cappuccino, espresso, whatever time of day it is, and have as much Pirelli P0 available for the race as you can.
Yep.
Will Felix Herziger say that's enough? Well, in this lap anyway, he's not pushing, so we will see. Björn Grossman, he followed him to a degree, 1.1 seconds off the pace the last time around. And he is also not specifically quick at this stage of this qualifying session. 9 minutes, almost have elapsed. And we've got 11 cars who have, and 11 drivers who have set a time, and 11 drivers who haven't set a time. Hendrik Viol is one of those who just completed his outlap. He is the leader in the AMs.
You and I have often talked about this, about how you don't know how the session is going to play out, and therefore sometimes, you know, it's probably best to go out there and put a banker in just in case, isn't it? Obviously, a number of drivers do not subscribe to that.
No, and in fairness, a 2:15.751 is some sort of banker. There is Yassin Ferrati, who's now coming up on the number 9 car, and that is Danilo Del Favero, who's still on his outlap, so he tries to get out of the way and does as much as possible, but Yassin Ferrati, I rather think that lap time has been compromised quite significantly. And
you can see the ML Fry team are looking at that and exploring the data and realizing that, you know, unfortunately, Danilo will try and get the car out of the way, but you can't just make it disappear. Now, this is a replay of them going through the bus stop chicane earlier. It's not a replay of what you've just seen. But Yassin Ferrati is currently P3. Here is the number 51 car. That's being driven by Jacob Bidstrup, the Formula Racing driver, whose best lap time is a 2:29.969. Let's see if we can get a few more nines in there. 2:29.969. So here he is then on an improvement trajectory with 2 personal bests through Sector 1 and Sector 2. So this is looking like a very good time for Jacob then for Formula Racing. racing here with his brother Anders as well. Great to have him back in the Ferrari Challenge. Pretty neat and tidy, I would have said, through the chicane there, Nico. Kissing the curbs both in and out and crossing the timing line now to a time that was personal best in every possible sector, and means he's P3 in class. And Anders Bidstrup has just gone to P4 in class, P7 overall. Now this is David Gosner, who's leading our Pirelli AM drivers at the moment with a time of 2:17.924. Now, in case you're wondering, you can identify whether a driver is a Pirelli driver or a Pirelli AM driver. Pirelli drivers have got the red strip across the top of the windscreen. The Pirelli AM drivers have got the white strip across the top of the windscreen. That's how you can identify the which particular category each of the drivers are racing in. So as the car comes into view here now, you can see there the Adler Group sun strip across the top is white, which means this driver, David Gosner, is a Pirelli AM driver.
Perfect.
Thank you.
The best of our Pirelli drivers, Felix Hörsiger, we saw him earlier, has indeed retired to the pit lane, at least for the time being, so putting no further strain on his Pirelli P0s. Track limits always a topic in motor racing, and we saw Henri Hassid quite a lot earlier. He has already picked up 4 track limit infractions, which is not a big problem in that it would have a consequence. However,
he'll argue that 3 of them were trying to get past Spa-Francorchamps.
That's a fair point. But it means whatever lap you are on, when you are judged to have run afoul of the track limits, that lap will not count. And that means Henri Hassid is only down in P6 in class, which is P9 overall. He's now in the pit lane and doing some recalibration of his 296 challenge to make sure he stays on the right side of the white lines. I'm kidding, but you know, 4 laps disallowed. That's quite a lot, especially if you've only done 5, which effectively means you only had 1 that actually counted.
All right, don't rub it in. Hendrik Viol.
Just saying.
Yeah, and it's fair for you to say it. Hendrik Viol, who is much further down the order than you would expect to see him. However, there is still 17 minutes of this session remaining. We're running the telemetry on his car as well. You can see he's in 5th gear, 240 kilometers per hour into 6th gear right now. Full chat, flat throttle. And as you can see, running as much as he can. Just a little lift on the throttle as he went through that turn. And then it will be heavy-duty braking going into the bus stop chicane. And a track limits for Hendrik Viol. So thankfully, I think that was an installation lap, Nico. So his exit now, he will start a lap where he needs to keep it within the white lines to move up from that P14 position overall. It is for the Prague driver. It's P10 in class, but P14 overall. So Hendrik Viol. Overall, it is Hörsiger from Grossman. Best of the AMs, David Gosner and Anders Bidstrup. And Hanno Laskowski, 3rd fastest. Good quali from Hanno, Nico.
Hanno Laskowski, who is the entertainer, well, one of the entertainers, often for the right reasons. Sometimes you will argue a different line would have been better. Has been rally crossing at Brno and all sorts of excursions, but great to see him. And he was, if I remember correctly, on the podium in Barcelona.
Absolutely.
Definitely showing his speed and his ability. Also showing his speed and ability is Joachim Ferrari, another driver who's currently buried down at the end of our timing screen, but moving up is Gilles Renman, who's now really trying for the first time to put a reasonable time on our timing screen for this session.
Joachim Ferrari now P3, and that means that P4 is Henri Hassid, P5 Max Mugelli, P6 Dylan Medler. We're back on board with Hendrik Viol then, who fell afoul of track limits on the last lap, so that lap didn't count. To be fair, I think that was an installer for this one. So it's this one where he really needs to make it count. Personal best through sector 1. And we ride on board with the camera just on the outside of his 296 Challenge car then. Hendrik Viol, championship leader. You can almost feel the rumble strips through your TV screen right now as he encompasses those to the best of his ability. Sector 2 was personal best as well. This is going to be an improvement, I feel sure, from Hendrik Viol, and it needs to be, honestly. So he's heading up towards the chicane now, leaving braking to the very last minute. Tight in, just kiss the curb on the exit as well, then back on the gas as quickly as you're prepared to do so, as Claudia watches on. And I said it was going to be a good lap from him, and he's gone second fastest in class. That's fifth fastest overall, Nico.
Absolutely, the driver who is chasing him in the championship. Well, lots of drivers are chasing him because Hendrik Viol is leading it. The closest challenger is Michael Verhagen, and he hasn't set a time yet, hasn't even come out in any reasonable fashions, just on his outlap.
Okay.
And that will be something to watch later on. Yasin Ferrari, don't know if he was just a little bit wide there, and I'm sorry for jinxing it.
But no, you picked it up.
He was just at the exit of that turn, that sweeping left-hander. You obviously get an advantage if you just take more momentum and take more speed, and that is one of the spots where race control will have a keen eye on and look exactly. And the information was very quick. There is David Goster on pole for race 1 on Saturday in class, and he is looking to replicate that for race 2 as well.
Can I just say, Nico, with what have we got? 17 minutes remaining of this qualifying session? No, 12, just under 13 minutes of this session remaining as we look at Yasin Ferrati's track limits. Andrew Morrow, Dylan Medler, Michael Verhagen. They are at the bottom of our timing screens, and those are 3 drivers that you would not expect to see there.
Yeah, but let me throw in Marcus Zanazzi as well.
Yes,
just one point, but he's just on a quick lap, and the first sector was only 2.5 tenths of the pace for overall. So that means possibly on pace for pole position in class. So I think over the next 2-3 minutes we will see some change through the positions of the 4 drivers we just talked about. Hendrik Viol is already up into second in class, and David Goster, as you can see,
he is set himself up now, isn't he? He bailed that lap and is set himself up to go this time around, in my opinion.
Yeah, through the final turn. And
see, look at the exit.
Yeah, and you could see through that chicane, he took a little bit of a wider line, which just allows him to pick up a little bit more speed before he hits the timing line, which is slow on the current lap, but will give you just a few kilometers an hour more as you cross the line. There is Marcus Zanazzi, and yep, that is a significant improvement. It's P3 in class.
Well done, Marco.
However, he's just been dropped back on the graphics. Now that can only mean that a track limit infraction, the final sector, has been detected.
Incidentally, Andrew Morrow's up to third fastest in class, P7 overall. So just behind Hendrik Viol, whose partner, wife, we look at right now. Or did.
And as for Marcus Zanazzi, the same happened to Dylan Medler and Michael Verhagen. All 3 of them with the track limit TL on our graphics for the final sector. So all the laps that they just did, not counting, and we're under 11 minutes time.
Yeah, we haven't got, I mean, there is time, but, you know, you only want one car being in the wrong place, which is going to haul your lap. You know, all of a sudden we're running out of options, Nico. Or they are running out of options. We're not. We can keep talking about it forever. Well, not forever. Quite clearly, would be helpful.
Yeah.
We can, you know, it's easy for us, isn't it? It's less easy for those drivers who have got a limited amount of time now. And there's still quite a few cars out there on track. By my reckoning, there's only 6 cars of the 20 that are not out there. So, look at Claudio. She is really, you know, and this is true in the garages, Nico, whether you're related, whether you're an engineer, whether you're wife, partner, team boss, whatever. The stresses are felt throughout the garage, aren't they?
Yeah, because it is a team sport, even though the driver is alone in the car. It's all the preparation that culminates, and the driver will feel feedback. And, you know, especially the Ferrari Challenge, you never hear a driver throw their team under the bus. But obviously the team knows that they need
Unlike
to
some others.
The team knows that they have contributed,
Oh,
for better or worse.
do you know what? That worried me for a moment. I thought that was an onboard camera, Nico. Instead of which is one of our fantastic drone operators.
It might be an onboard if it flies any lower. As we can see, Henrik Viol came into the pit lane, so he is satisfied with his performance. Where is Michael Verhagen? Still way off the pace. Where is Dylan Medler? Still way off the pace. Marcus Zanazzi has at least come up into P6 in class. And now Michael Verhagen up into P14 overall, which is P9 in class. As Gilles Redmond rounds the turn, another car is making its way. Yeah, absolutely.
So Gilles, who should know this place like the back of his hand.
Yeah, currently running in P5 overall, 4th in class. But nobody around him or the 4 drivers in front of him have already ended their session. We don't quite know that, but very likely won't come out again. So if Gilles can make headway and move up the order, it's likely that it might stick. First sector's 3.5 tenths off the pace. Keep up that momentum, a front row start might be in store for him. Let's see where the second sector time stops.
He would be thrilled with that. Oh, just dipped one wheel into the gravel. Did that hamper his progress? I don't think it did, Nico, but it might have hampered his traction a tad.
Yeah, but 1.6 seconds off the pace, that means that front row start potential likely has evaporated, at least for now. Let's see if he can keep it within the white line. Yeah, very disciplined. Where could he land up? He certainly would like to be in front of the first Rally Am driver, but well, decides that enough is enough, and that's his quality session very likely done and dusted.
I would have thought so, Nico, with just 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock now. Just wonder whether the speed and ferocity with which he parked the car up, whether he's a bit disappointed with perhaps the car or himself in that quali session. Here's Marco Zanassi, who's not done with this, Nico, yet. Marco Zanassi, who currently sits P11 overall, and P11 overall is P6 in class, make that P5 in class now as the Motor Service Pinetti Motorsport driver goes one place better.
Leapfrogging Danilo Del Favero, and by the sound of it, isn't done with his qualifying session either. 6 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Angelo Fontana with a good first lap, or first sector rather. Henri Assis has also come out again and is trying to elevate his position for the race start. Remember, this is the race grid that we will set for Sunday.
Yes, where the weather conditions are likely to be more challenging than we're experiencing right now.
Typical Spa fashion, you never know what's going to hit you, and probably everything will within half an hour's race.
Right behind Marco Zanassi is James Owen. James Owen goes through on Marco Zanassi. Marco making way for James, who's on a hotter lap to go through. Yasin Ferrati then having a discussion about someone moving and weaving when he was on a hot lap. You can see Giacomo Altoe listening in as well. We're down to about half the drivers out there on track now for the last 5.5 minutes as Henri Assis continues, and he is 15th overall, but that's 6th within class. He knows that he's got the pace to be further up the order than that. And quite clearly, by coming out of the pit lane again, he's prepared to sacrifice some tyre wear, Nico, to put himself further up the grid, because as it stands, he's a long way back, isn't he?
Indeed. If we can believe the timing screen, he's 15 seconds off the pace after that second sector. It doesn't look like he's slowed down, certainly not to that extent, but let's see where he finishes. There is Hanno Laskowski, 7th in class, first sector personal best, so that lends us to believe that he might be moving up the order. However, there is some significant traffic right in front of him. However, there also seem to be going at a reasonable pace as to not necessarily hinder him. And there is Michael Verhagen among them.
He was getting to the inside, or trying to get to the inside of Michael Verhagen. And Hanno dives into the pit lane, Nico.
Yeah, and sometimes as a driver you just notice, okay, I've been compromised, the lap has been compromised, and I don't want to put another lap strain onto the tires. Maybe the input will also come from driver coaches or team principals telling, oh, actually we think, you know, better off not attacking again too much, just to have some tire longevity for Sunday. Or we see it's still P6 and track limits. Just not what you want to hear. I mean, technically, if you want to hear it, you want to hear it right at the beginning of the lap, as to make sure that you can manage tire wear. But I mean, especially when you're in the position Henri Seed is in, and that is P15 overall.
Yeah.
Not to his liking.
No.
Michael Verhagen, there we pick him up. He is pushing, and the first sector was indeed very promising. With traffic in front of him, can he bring it home?
It's converting that race into something more concrete, isn't it, mate? And the Ferrari Warsaw driver has got 3 minutes to do so. Just looked a bit twitchy on the back end then. So accelerating now uphill. There is the number 11 car. Michael Verhagen, car number 33 then. Also, every driver in the Ferrari Challenge is linked to a dealership. And Michael Verhagen then representing Ferrari Warsaw.
And I think that was track limits again, unfortunately. Don't know if the lap time would have been good enough to do anything, but that certainly looked like he exceeded the track limit, pushed just a little bit, maybe tire wear, just not allowing him to take the tight line that he thought he would be able to do. Anyway, whatever the reason, didn't complete the lap in a way where he could have reached his previous best time. And
here we can see in super slow-mo replay.
9 in class is a far cry from where Michael Verhagen would expect him to have to be, and certainly where he would need to be to really go on the attack towards Enric Viol. So thus far anyway, not a great qualifying session for Michael Verhagen, but it's not over yet. The first sector, not amazingly quick, but certainly quicker. Will he be able to keep it on the legal side of the lines, and will he be able to move up the order? Even a few spaces would be very valuable for him.
Legal side of the lines. Love it. Love it.
Felix Hilsiger is the driver who is, and I venture to say, will remain on pole for race 2 on Sunday. 1.1 seconds to the good. Now, it's a long track.
But even so,
it's given that all cars are identical except for the specific setup for the track, that is quite a margin.
I agree. The 2:15.751, the best time from our Pirelli drivers, best time from our Pirelli and drivers, 2:17.924, which came from David Gosner, who's having a rich vein of being very, very quick at the moment in the Ferrari Challenge. He's seemingly been around in the Challenge for a long time, Nico, but only made kind of random appearances previously.
Yeah, the last full season campaign of David Gosner before this season has been quite some time back, but great to see him on a more consistent basis now, and he's shown his speed whenever he was on the grid and in qualifying. He has shown his speed. Now, Michael Verhagen, he Remember, P9 in class. Can he at least move up the order a little bit? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. Almost matched his previous best time, but that is not where he expected it to be, and that means he will have to do some chasing.
Well done, Felix Herziger. And well done, David Gosner as well. Our pole sitters, Trofeo Pirelli, then Felix Herziger, and here's David Gosner. Very happy, being congratulated by his sister Corinna and their dad Thomas to the left-hand side. Well done indeed. The MP team done a good job. Here's Herbert Guys, who is certainly not where we would expect to see him, Nico.
This one, and he has had better results than this one. P20 definitely not his expectation. The Gosner family, meanwhile, jolly happy about the results.
And this is for Herbert. This is a home gig, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, certainly the closest one that, even though he's German and we've been to Germany, actually.
Is this from? If you're from the Cologne region, is this just a tad closer than Nürburgring?
Certainly closer than Hockenheim, yes. And Nürburgring is roughly equidistant, depending exactly where you are.
Because with the challenge, we've been to Nürburgring, we've been to Hockenheim, haven't we? And
yeah, Nürburgring and Spa, really kind of the same. Hockenheim certainly is a few hours or an hour and a half further away.
Okie doke.
Yeah, Felix Herziger, once again, quickest. Björn Grossman, you already said it at the beginning of the program, didn't have a great qualifying one. Certainly better that.
Yes. So Felix Herziger poses then with his pole position award. Well done to him for Pirelli, and well done to David Gosner for Pirelli Am. That's the way our Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli cars have completed their second qualifying. That will set the grid for the race to come on Sunday. And thank you very much for watching the Trofeo Pirelli and Pirelli Am qualifying. Another qualifying session to come, and that will be for our Copa Shell cars a little bit later on today. Please join us for that if you can. From Nico and from myself, thank you so much for watching. As the confirmed classification appears on your screen, we will bid you our farewell. Goodbye. Hi everyone, a very good afternoon, good evening to you. We are live from Belgium, the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for round 7 of Ferrari Challenge for 2025. Very much towards the end of the season now, and very much towards the end of the day means one more qualifying session to come, and it's the qualifying that will set the grid for the races to come on Sunday for our Copa Shell drivers. Here indeed is our formal introduction and welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. It is round 7, as you can see, with, after this, just one round to do, which is round 8 at Mugello in Italy. We'll round out our calendar for 2025, and just this evening, I am given to understand we will be finding out our calendar for 2026. Here is the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, then 7.004 kilometers. 19 turns, 10 left and 9 are right-handers. And it winds its way through the Ardennes region of Belgium and is one of the most iconic circuits in Europe, perhaps in the world too. It's been a really rather pleasant day from a weather perspective. And currently the track temperature is 33 degrees, the air temperature 25 degrees. And we've got 18 cars that are going to take to the track for the qualifying session. And all driving, of course, identical Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. And here are all the drivers that you'll be seeing. Robin Mays making his debut, Ernst Kirchmeier. Then it's Ray Acosta, Michael Martin, James Weiland, Oscar Rinchevich, Jan Bernier, Eric Marston, Christian Kinch, Thibaut Valint. Then we'll find Stefano Inama, John Dillon, and Thomas Gosner, Cristiano Marchel, Corinna Gosner, von Skeltermar, NM, and newly married, congratulations, just married Manuela Gosner. And alongside me to bring you the action across this 30-minute qualifying session as we look at the car of Christian Kinch is my co-commentator, co-voice, broadcaster, Nico Spalek. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. A great eclectic mix of drivers. Manuela Gosner, also from this side of the booth, congratulations. And as we take a look at Christian Kinch being strapped into the car with only 2 minutes remaining before this qualifying session will get underway. And this is going to be the last quali for this weekend, and it's already Friday, because we have so many other activities on track this week here in Spa that we have to outsource the qualifying into Friday.
Yes, it's a Ferrari Racing Days weekend. What does that mean, Dave? Well, what it means is not only Ferrari Challenge Racing, but also the laboratory cars, the XX Programs cars are here, the F1 Clienti cars are here, the Sport Prototipi cars are here. So it really is a packed weekend of everything that's great and good about Ferrari, all in one jam-packed weekend of action. Which means, as Nico has paraphrased, that we need to get the qualifying done and dusted really on Friday because the timetables across tomorrow and Sunday are pretty packed. So that's why we see the qualifying today, and that's why people like Christian Kinch, who seems pretty comfortable inside that 296 Challenge car, will be going out for his 30-minute qualifying session.
Absolutely, and Christian Kinch is not taking part in the entire campaign, but celebrated a victory back in Monza, if I remember correctly, at the beginning of the season, and he was jolly pleased about that, and you could see it. Great camaraderie in the paddock, and Thibaut Valint is one of our drivers. Entry into the Ferrari Challenge when we entered the Ferrari Challenge, and dare I say that some months ago, but he has returned to the challenge together with Bence Valint, his son, and he did the 2024 campaign, has moved on to other racing capacities and prototypes. Just talked to Tibor earlier over a coffee, and Bence is finding it really, really good, and it just shows how the Ferrari Challenge can be a springboard in all sorts of other racing categories.
Oh, we see it time and time again, don't we? Young drivers that have made their name.
Niklas Nielsen, for example.
Niklas Nielsen is one, and Alex Paolo, another one, doing great things in America. So yeah, a number of young drivers using the Ferrari Challenge, as you say, as a springboard to success. Here we can see Ray Acosta, who's perhaps the other end of the age spectrum. Ray and his driver coach there, Marco Bononomi. Ray Acosta races both here in Europe and also in North America too. Ray on the podium just last weekend, if memory serves me. He was racing in Laguna Seca. And the crash helmet, hands device and fireproof balaclava going on. And there, the shark's teeth of the Kessel racing driver Fons Skeltman, ever present in the Ferrari Challenge, and always good when Fons is around. Loves his racing, loves being, dare I say it, revered by lots and lots of fans, and has really taken on the shark's teeth mantle, and yeah, it applies to the car, to the luggage, and to just about everything else. Manuela Gostner weaving from side to side. Just behind Manuela, a warm welcome to Eric Marston, who is here, also from the North American series. And as we switch back to one of our RF cameras in the garages, as Ray Acosta gets strapped in. As I mentioned at the start of the session and start of the program, 18 cars taken to the track, and pretty near half of them are all out on track right now. It's also a warm welcome to Jan Bernier, another great driver in Ferrari Challenge North America, as well as oftentimes here in Europe too. And Jan driving for the Rosso Corsa team here in Europe. And we were recalling one of Jan's trips into the UK earlier this year, where he was in Edinburgh, a fine city if ever there was one.
Yeah.
And, yes, you know Edinburgh.
Definitely been a few years, but definitely one iconic city, and
None of its attraction, I'm sure.
I am sure. And as we see Manuela Gostner completing a first out lap, and that means we can put the clock on her as she crosses the timing line. Will that lap be the one that will count? It's very difficult to predict. We've seen great times being set towards the beginning of the session in previous qualifying sessions, this afternoon especially. So I don't think the track is evolving like it did in the morning, where you could kind of bank that towards the end it's going to be the quickest. Right now, I don't think that progression is as pronounced, if even present. So a good lap time might come at any point in the session.
The thing is, we're late in the day, aren't we? Local time is just ahead of 5:30. You can see how the light is beginning to, it's not as bright as it was when the cars were out qualifying earlier on. You can tell that from our TV pictures, which are not as lit up as they were, because the sun is going down right now. Yeah, it's the track surface is going to be different now. It's had a lot of running during the course of the day, Nico. Not only with the challenge cars, but also all the other attractive vehicles from the Ferrari Racing Day stable, which means that the track will be handling slightly differently, I would think, and it is cooler. All of that will have an impact and an effect on how the cars will perform. Are we likely to be seeing qualifying times that we've seen earlier on today? I don't think so, to be honest. But we will see. I think you make a fair point, Nico, that we could see the fastest lap times come in any time, at any point during the quali session.
Absolutely. And another factor is that today, as you can see and as you have seen throughout the day, bright sunshine here in Spa, which is not the norm. And tomorrow it's supposed to be overcast but dry. Yep. At least that's the forecast. Sunday,
different ball game.
Different ball game. Interestingly, the highest temperature you will have on Sunday will be exactly at midnight. From there on, it will go down. So that is an interesting scheme, because there is a significant chance of rain. It's not a guarantee, and we've speculated earlier where usually you would have to preserve some of the slick lifetime effectively for the race. If you're sure that it's going to rain on Sunday, that goes out the window. You can use them, because you're not going to use them on Sunday. It's not that pronounced. This Manuela Gostner with a 2:26 puts in the first benchmark. So it's a little bit of a gamble. If you think that you might use wets on the Sunday, can you take a little bit more out of your tires here in qualifying? Yes, you can. But if that doesn't happen, then all of a sudden...
You need those slick tires.
Yep.
You blitz them. That could be disadvantageous.
Quite so. Von Skeltemar and Michael Martin have all put times on the board, and Oskar Rinčević, very quick already in the morning, is trying to follow suit. And first sector is purple. Let's listen in. Pino Frescaro and Joachim Olander. Pino a current and Joachim a previous and hopefully soon again driver in the Ferrari Challenge. Spoke to him a little bit over lunch. Great to have him back in the paddock. Would be even better to have him back in a seat of a Ferrari Challenge race car. We follow Oskar Rinčević around, who wasn't able to follow up his previous purple first sector with an equally good second one, but it's only an installation lap, sort of, as we go on board with Christian Kinch, who, as you can see, is currently second in the early part of this session.
We run the telemetry on his car as well, up to fifth gear, 209 kilometers per hour before braking and rolling downhill now, this roller coaster part of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Accelerating, then braking, and back on the gas once again, and continuing to run downhill. So building up terrific speed, 220 kilometers an hour, make that 230 before you have to start braking again. Dropping it down to fifth, keeping the revs between 6,000 and 7,000 before full chat flat again. Get it up into sixth gear, no, because you're on the brakes, and down through the gearbox for the chicane. Great running this with Christian Kinch at the helm of the 296 Challenge car. Back on the throttle, giving it 100% on the loud pedal. And all of that being taken on board from the data screens inside the garages by our driver coaches and engineers, as well as the signals are all sent back to the garages so they can keep an eye on exactly what the drivers are doing out there on track. Personal best, sector 1 and sector 2 for Christian Kinch, who's currently second fastest with a 2:26.312. We've got 22 minutes remaining as Michael Martin now goes second fastest. And that relegates Christian Kinch to P3. He's into the bus stop chicane now. First right, then left, back on the gas again. He's targeting a 2:19.674 right now from Manuel Agostna. And he's down on that, but he's good enough to go back to P2 again and relegate Michael Martin and Stefano Inama. And Corinna Agostna back down the order. Well done, Christian Kinch, driver of the number 128 car.
Yeah, super slow-mo here as he goes through the chicane. And good lap time. But the 2:19.674 from Manuel Agostna, that's something in the area where we would expect the times to be the end, as Cristiano Maciel also puts his name in graphics and onto the leaderboard in P3. But we expect still lots of movement over the next 21 minutes plus one lap of this qualifying session. Don't expect all the drivers to be out on the track all the time, so each driver will have their own strategy. But I rather think that for most of them it will be do as few laps as you can get away with, having the best result that you can.
Yeah, I think that makes a good deal of sense, to be honest with you. So we're yet to see times from the likes of Ernst Kirchmeier, Master John Dillon, and NM. So here's Manu Agostna then. Clearly thinks there's an improvement available from the 2:19.674 that she has posted thus far. Is it going to come on this lap? I am not so sure, to be honest. It is possible because, as Nico has made point in earlier sessions, that the actual length of the sectors here at Spa-Francorchamps means you don't have to have the sectors coloured up to see improvements. However, on this occasion, it wasn't an improvement. She was, in fact, 3/10 down, well, 2.69 down on her previous best lap. Here comes Christian Kinch from his P2 position, trying to improve on that 2:21.102. Ray Acosta has gone in straight to the chart at the number 6 position. So 6th fastest of anyone out there. And Cristiano Martial, Michael Martin, Thomas and Corinna Gosner both doing well. They're P5 and P6. Here comes Christian Kinch then. Heading towards the timing beam now, 2:19.674, and he is 6.5 tenths down on that.
Yeah, but he reduced the gap a little bit, which is good news because other drivers are showing purple and quick. Thomas Gosner, one of them. Oskar Rinčević, another one, half a second quicker through sector 1.
That's a big margin, isn't it?
That is absolutely a big margin. Fairly straight into that right-left combination, but controls it nicely. We will know in a few seconds where he sits after 2 sectors. Other drivers quick. Ernst Kirchmeier and Manu Gosner also responding, but after 2 sectors for now, Oskar Rinčević lost a little bit of time, but still on course for challenging that 2:19.674 that currently sits atop our timing chart. Yeah, very wide on the entry to that turn, but then you have to make sure that you keep at least 2 wheels inside the white lines, and race control has been fair but firm about that. Even a few centimeters beyond have been ruled unacceptable and lap times have been deleted. But Oskar Rinčević was on the right side of that. Can he make it P1? I think he can, and yes, absolutely. Lost a little bit of time in sector 2, but recovered that in the final one.
That, in my opinion, is a big chunk of time as well. It's very nearly half a second, but Manu Gosner, purple sector 1, purple sector 2, she is responding, Nico.
Yeah, and through 2 sectors, she was another 8 tenths quicker than the current pole time. And now Oskar Rinčević was very quick through sector 3, but 8 tenths is a big, big gap, and a 2:18.831. That's another 3.5 tenths. So, yeah, the final sector from Oskar Rinčević was blisteringly quick, but on the lap, it's Manuel Gosner's lap time, and that is a really, really quick one.
Quietly going about his business is Ernst Kirchmeier, Nico. Up to P3, ahead of Thomas Gosner, Christian Kinch, Cristiano Martial. Then it's Tibor Valint and Ray Acosta rounding out the top 8 at the moment. So Manu Gosner is really on a hot one. 2:18.831. The only driver to put it in the 2:18s, and there's only 2 drivers in the 2:19s. So we've got 17 minutes of the quali session remaining. Here comes Ray Acosta then, who currently sits in P8. Now at lunch, Eric Marston was saying to me that he was having issues with the car. I would suggest that that's potentially still the case. He hasn't put a time on the board yet. He has been out. John Dillon yet to put a time on the board, so too NM, but John Dillon's on his way out of the pit lane right now.
And John Dillon, obviously, he is the closest follower of Manuela Gosner in the championship, so he really needs to be on it. Wasn't the case in qualifying 1. In fairness, Manuela Gosner wasn't at the very sharp end of the session, but John Dillon even 1 or 2 spots behind her, so he really needs to get the hurry up if he wants to have any shouting chance come the final weekend of the season in Mugello. Certainly can't afford to lose any more ground towards Manuela. But that's all easier said than done, and Ray Acosta, I think, just exceeded the track limits there a little bit too much, but let's see if race control has the same opinion. Thus far, no indication. Ray Acosta still pushing the first sector, certainly quick. Let's see what sector 2 will be for him.
So it remains Gosner, Rinčević, Kirchmeier at the top 3. Here is Ray Acosta then. That is the data that his driver coach, Marco Bononomi, is looking at. We split the screen. There is Marco, his driver coach, who's talking to him all the time, saying this is where you need to find some tenths, Ray. This is where you're really, really good. This is where you can go even better. That's kind of what a driver coach does. There is a real motivator to our drivers and support. And, well, as Ray rounds the chicane and heads towards the timing beam, let's see if this is an improvement from P9. It is. He jumps up 2 places. Nico is up to P7 now for Ray Acosta. Good organic increase in terms of speed.
There is another replay of that through the right-left-hand combination, which is turns 12 and turn 13. Attacking the curbs. is an improvement, but I don't think that he is quite satisfied. He will probably go again.
Oh, Thomas Gostner's got a track limit already, Nico. He's gone fourth fastest, which is very, very impressive. But this lap is a track limits affected lap, and Manuela Gostner, with 14.5 minutes remaining, Nico, feels that with 3 3/4 tenths, she's done enough.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that a 2:18.831 is a statement, and I probably think that, you know, even if she felt like another 10
Whoa.
Spa-Francorchamps runs.
He's pushing and pushing hard, Nico.
Absolutely. Remember, this lap time is another 2.5 tenths quicker than pole from earlier today. So I just think that whatever she might be able to find is not worth the extra strain on the tires. Oskar Rinčević coming up on Fons Skeltema, who's in his own race, and
wow, contact's made, and Oskar Rinčević damage to his car. He's suddenly found it doesn't offer him the grip on the front end that he expected, and that means he's gone around. So now Fons Skeltema was going through the chicane, and I just don't know whether Oskar wasn't able to. Perhaps he expected Fons to move out of the way, Nico. I mean, he is flashing his lights.
yeah, I think that he thought that Fons, by virtue of being very much on the left-hand side, was just leaving the gap, and
yeah.
I think Fons had no indication. He was just, you know, entering the turn as he always does, with as wide as possible to take the apex, and that was. I mean, we don't generally see cars coming together in qualifying. We rarely see it in the race, but certainly not in qualifying. But that was just a misunderstanding, and I kind of get both sides of the perspective.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, Oskar Rinčević dove back into the pit lane after he'd already effectively gone into the home straight. So let's see what happens with that. Certainly race control will have a look at that in terms of who was at fault for that incident, and potentially a grid drop might be the consequence if race control feels any of the drivers was particularly at fault.
Yeah, I just think that was a, you know, we're tempted to say normally it's a racing incident, aren't we? I just think it is. It's not a racing incident because we're not racing, but it is, I think, a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And I think Oskar Rinčević just felt that he'd flashed his lights, and he, you know, probably felt that Fons was moving out of the way, whereas Fons wasn't. And yeah,
Quite clearly.
all of a sudden they made contact. So, okay, well, we'll let others judge. Thankfully, the incident involving cars 1, 2, 3, and 177 is going to be investigated after the session. So we're not going to get any news about that during the remaining 11.5 minutes of this qualifying session. But what we do know is that probably for both Fons Skeltema and potentially Oskar Rinčević, their session is over.
Well, let's see. I mean, it wasn't quite clear how much damage the car sustained, and I think if the teams can get them out within the next 4 or 5 minutes, they can still take part. Now, Oskar Rinčević in P2, I rather think that the team will feel very little benefit. Fons Skeltema, P15, might be a little bit of a different story.
Yeah.
And the Kessel team is, I mean, such a staple of the championship. They know what they're doing, and they will have a look at the car and decide, is it worth the risk? Is it worth the trouble? Well, not the trouble, but, you know, it's not going to be 100% the car, whatever come what may. Is it going to be affording Fons the opportunity to go and challenge for better lap times?
Risk reward is something that always has to be looked at. As you can see from the blue P's alongside the graphics on your screen, that indicates that those drivers are in the pit lane. If it's an O that you can see, that means those drivers are on their way out, including Fons Skeltema, Nico. On their way out of the pit lane.
Yeah.
So clearly, Kessel have had a look at Fons's car, and it can run, and it can go again.
And you've said it many times, you know, once a driver feels like he's been wronged, you know, turned around, sometimes that gives that driver the hurry up in the race, and they all of a sudden drive like a demon. Will that apply in this sense? Because I'm sure Fons will feel like, hey, come on, I was just doing my own qualifying, so he will feel that he had been punted out of the way. So will that be the extra motivation that allows him to move all the way up the order We will find out. It's only 10 minutes or so away. Brenna Ghostner for the time being. She is P12, but she is trying to move up the order. Where is she right now? Gap through two sectors, not necessarily lending itself to an improvement, but maybe on this occasion it will come. There is Jan Bernie.
So, top three are all parked up in the pit lane. Thomas Ghostner is P4, he's still out and running. Cristiano Marchal, Ray Acosta, Thibaut Valent, Jan Bernier. There's Pino Frascaro, one of the Rosso Corsa drivers, who's watching on. As Jan Bernier, who indeed is also a Rosso Corsa driver here in Europe, in his very distinctive blue and orange colour scheme, which he adopts both here and in North America. Through the bus stop chicane, I was talking to him at lunchtime. He's absolutely loving Spa-Francorchamps. And accelerates out of the bus stop chicane and improves a further place up to P8 now. So that will be a fourth row start provisionally for Jan Bernier in the second race on Sunday, where, as Nico has indicated, weather may have an impact, may have something to say about the race. Thibaut Valent, and he's being flashed at by Ray Acosta, and he keeps out of the way. Ray Acosta goes through. And we've said many times, Nico, that, you know what, even with a 7.004 kilometre circuit, it becomes busy in places. And generally speaking, in the Ferrari Challenge, drivers are all, you know, acutely aware of not wanting to impede anyone that is on a hot lap. But you cannot just make your car disappear into thin air. And just on occasions, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And we've seen that in the... We've seen that in the qualifying session today.
100%. Usually it's those bottlenecks where the cars are slow anyway, and there is effectively only one quick line through that segment where the cars come together. There is von Skeltema having been in the pit lane. The car, certainly from initial look, nothing wrong with it, handles well.
And look at him go now. What were we saying earlier about the bit between your teeth? Once you feel you've been wronged, he's set a personal best through Sector 1, Nico.
Yeah, the gap is still significant because he didn't put a blisteringly quick one earlier, but this might not even be his ultimate push lap. It may be on his way there. Certainly good to see Fons back out and going about his race and qualifying as he would like. Traffic right now not as busy as it was before by dint of the fact that 7 cars are already in the pit lane, or currently in the pit lane. And was there a little bit of smoke coming from the back of the car? Thought I saw it for a moment, but if it was there, it has already disappeared again. We will see where he stands with just a few seconds time as he crosses the second timing line.
2.5 seconds down on a time which is, in fairness, Nico, a very good time at 2:18.831. So this could still be a significant improvement. We will see. Keeping it all tidy and on the tarmac, Nico. Unlike some, you know, it's within the white lines. Certainly not a track limits issue for Fons. Hard into that chicane. First right, then left, out. Full chat flat now to cross the timing line with a time of, well, 2:21.602. That's an improvement of a significant number of places, Nico. He's up to P11 and he's going again. As you said, this is potentially, or that was potentially, not the biggest push lap that he was going to do. Here's John Dillon right now, who's another driver that arguably is out of position in P7, I would say. He's chasing Manuel Agostner in the championship, and he's the closest to Manuel Agostner in the championship. So John Dillon for Formula Racing then is P7 in quali at the moment. Is this going to be an improvement for JD?
We will see. Certainly he has moved up the order over the last few laps. He came out much later than Manuel Agostner, so he's in a different part of his progression. I think this might be the lap that he has penciled in as his best one, or his best attempt. Let's see where he will be in a few moments' time. One more turn to do before we will see the end of Sector 2 and an update in terms of John Dillon. He really needs to get up the order. Will it be front row? Not sure, but certainly has a chance to still move a little bit further up the order. Cristiano Maciel is 1.78 seconds off the pace. John Dillon roughly in the same area. He would have to have a really, really good final sector to get on terms with him.
Yes, and I'm not sure it's there. And he's got traffic. That is the Eric Marston car. I'm sure Eric's saying that. I think it is actually Eric. Eric is being shown as in the pit lane. So
it was Corinna, maybe.
Apologies. In the fading light, with the ravages of time playing havoc on my fading eyesight. A miscall there, for which I should be slapped with a wet fish.
No fish available. And John Dillon with a good final sector. Only lost the 10th, but that was enough to thwart his chances to unseat Cristiano Maciel from P6 for the time being. James Wyland, who was way down the order as well for a long time, has also made it up at least into the top 10.
And there indeed is the driver of car number 118, James Wyland. And what have we got? 3.5 minutes remaining in this session. So he's about to come up on Ray Acosta, I believe that is, in the 107 car. And James Wyland goes through, unhindered by Ray Acosta into the chicane right now. Full chat flat out, and James Wyland then P9, P8, Ray Acosta P9, Ray Acosta diving into the pit lane. So James Wyland then, driver of the number 118 car, who has done an awful lot of racing in the Ferrari Challenge and is always a joyous addition to the entry list. I always smile when I see James Wyland's name on the entry list. Big shout out to his boy Max, who's doing great things in kart racing as well. He's clearly the Wyland talent for racing is there in abundance.
Absolutely, and obviously James has not done only his fair share of racing, but also his fair share of winning. And therefore he is not necessarily feared, but certainly well respected within the paddock, not only for his personality, but also his racecraft. And
that's fair.
Manu Gostner, well, certainly on top of her game here in the afternoon hours. As we go back to Tibor Valent, P11, not quite where he would like to be. Certainly, I mean, would he like to be anywhere else but P1? Probably not. But P11 certainly not up to his own standard. Very wide here on the entry to that turn. Not sure if that was the quickest way around.
And to be fair, Tibor is very capable of putting it right up there. As you said at the beginning of this program, you know, he was racing in the Ferrari Challenge before even you and I were involved in it. And Bence Valent and Tibor have run dual campaigns, and Bence now having gone on to a glittering career in prototype racing. And Tibor, there's something flapping underneath that car, and I heard it.
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether that is impacting and affecting the handling of the car.
And there's a little bit of smoke.
Yes,
also.
I agree.
There you can see, there from the shot, absolutely well picked up. There is a little bit of bodywork or something underneath the car, or maybe something that he picked up as he ran over it, stuck beneath it. It doesn't feel like it's hampering him all that much, like costing him in tenths upon tenths, but
this will be his last lap, come what may. Here is Robin Mays, who I have to say is having a better time of it in this qualifying session than he did earlier on today.
Yeah, they didn't have trouble-free qualifying one, quite the opposite, was stationary on the track a number of times, got it going again, but something really not working as it should be. Incidentally, Anam has not featured in this session at all. We haven't seen him out of the pit lane. He certainly was part of the session earlier in the day, qualifying one. So whatever is barring him from taking part on this session. Hopefully we will see him in both races, Saturday and Sunday. As the checkered flag is out, Jan Bernier, one of the drivers who is still pushing with a personal best through sector 1, so stay tuned for our 10th position driver. I don't think that anybody else specifically is going to challenge, and I think the same feeling on the pit perch for Spa-Francorchamps. A pole sitter is Manu Gostner.
So, well done to Manu, and well done to Pino Frascaro, who wasn't in this qualifying session but was there and thereabouts, and there the pole position award being gifted to Manu Gostner.
Well, she had to earn it.
Yes, all right, not gifted by dint of she didn't earn it. Yes, she did earn it. What I'm saying is she hasn't got, there won't be an invoice.
Let's see. No, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right.
Digging myself a hole here.
I'm helping.
Yeah, you are. Yes,
here's
you
the
are.
shuffle. Jan Bernier finished the lap. Wasn't an improvement at the end. Von Skeltema actually finishes in P11, which...
No bad thing.
All things considered, it could have been worse.
Well done, Manu Gostner, then. She finishes P1 in the Cope Show, qualifying ahead of Oskar Rinčević, Ernst Kirchmeier, Thomas Gostner, Christian Kitsch, and Cristiano Marchel, occupying the first 3 rows of the grid for race 2. There we have it. You'll see the results in full in graphics on screen from Nico and from myself, in a marathon effort of qualifying across the Ferrari Challenge here at Spa-Francorchamps. We say thank you so much for watching. Look forward to seeing you for the race action to come tomorrow. Goodbye.